Okay, let's get started real soon. Let me just finish up the housekeeping and I'll be right with you. Oh yeah, hello internet. Okay, here we go. Finally, I think I have most of the stuff sorted. Probably a little more boring today than some of the other ones. Because we're just kind of finishing up with the 980, and really I did most of the testing, to be fair, but I just wanted to give a little bit more time to potential overclock. Just because, you know, I kind of left off with, like, I think I went too far with the overclocks, and so then it was kind of unstable. And if I could have, yo, Gskill, what's up? Same to you. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming back by. But I kind of left it in a way where I just kind of like went to the limit of the overclocking and then tried to go a little more than that pretty much, and you know, had some crashing, and then I just barely like dialed it back maybe. And then I kind of, after that, I kind of didn't tweak it for stability anymore, and I just rushed through, and when I was getting too much crashes I just went back to default, and then I finished all the testing like on default clocks. And so because of that, it kind of it feels like it left a lot on the table as far as what this 980 could do. So, and you know, it's fun to tinker with it, so might as well. You know, why not? How's your day, Gskill? How was everything for you? Let's see. So let's go ahead and I guess get this warmed up. There you go, Fan City, baby. Fan City. Boom, 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 boom. Just kind of working. Nice. All right, cool. Hope you're able to have some chill now. Get some food. Kick back. I know a lot of times when I finish the day's work or whatever, sometimes I think I'm about to chill, but then something, it feels like many times something always comes up last minute. Alright, let me see here. We had a very minor dropped frame blip, but overall I think the stream health is okay. Oh yeah. Nice, dude. Don't crank up them settings too far, man. You know, you might mess up the matrix if you turn up those flight simulator settings too far. Kind of messes with our matrix, dude. Alright, I need my, where's my browser at? I need that here. Okay, turned all these off. Okay, this is working. Okay, I think it's counting everything. Alright, now I gotta switch over. Try an ultra. Okay, okay, internet, brace yourselves. When he kicks that sucker into ultra, you're gonna see some crazy matrix things in the world. So have your smartphones ready. Upload all those matrix videos to the internet. Now I'm typing on the wrong keyboard again. Well, that's cool, man. Did you figure out any other stuff that might smooth out your experience in Flight Simulator, or are you still tweaking things? And look at me, I gotta tweak some stuff. I got a bunch of stuff here I gotta shut off before we can get into it. It keeps telling me the same error. Oh, it wants me to send crash report. That's the error? Okay, so the NVIDIA app is like bitching at me because it wants me to send crash reports to NVIDIA. And I already told it no like a whole bunch of times. But it keeps bugging me for some reason. Alright, so I think we're good. Let's go in and before I share my capture of this, I'm gonna shut down some of the extra stuff that's just running here. Some DLSS 4 settings. Oh, cool! Hell yeah! Yeah, if you're still in the chat, let me know. I know some people, it depends on game, obviously, but some people are having really awesome results with DLSS 4, and then other people are still kind of complaining that there's something off. That may go back to like the game developer sometimes, maybe. Like maybe they have to integrate it better. I don't know. You know what I mean in the chat. If you're still in the chat after you like get some, you know, get a little bit of time flying around, just let me know how it goes. I think I have Game Pass. I think I have access to something with Flight Simulator. I might try it out one day. But legit, like the last time I played around with Flight Simulator was like I did one of those classes in I kind of forget what it's called, but it was like one of those career type classes you can take in school. And they had like a whole module set up for like kind of going through like just the very basics of like being a pilot, and they use Flight Simulator for it. But this is like obviously an old Flight Simulator. I enjoyed it a lot. I don't know why I think the reason, maybe I actually know. I think the reason I never got back into it is because most of the time it was like so hardware intensive that I just kind of was. It took me a long time to get back into PC stuff enough, and by the time I got the hardware that could handle it like fairly well, I had forgot about Flight Simulator. Oh, look at this. Okay, so you guys can't see this, but Microsoft Edge always opens like 12 copies of itself. And I think I think a lot of browsers end up using your GPU sometimes for stuff. They're both on Game Pass? Yeah, I'll try one of those out. Any preference on those two? Or they're fairly similar? That will be something I'll try out on my regular gaming rig, cuz since I have a 5000 series, I can try out some of those newer features. Dude, Edge sometimes does not want to go away. That's so annoying. Like, what does it save you? Like 2 seconds? Because it runs all the time, it saves you 2 seconds of how fast it opens or something. Oh my god. I remember the days when maybe people still do this, like people were bragging that they wrote scripts that they could run to easily close a whole bunch of things all at the same time. Yeah, I'm sure people probably still do that. Unstable. Would we be bad? Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. So I'll probably try 24 first. And then only if I experience like major issues, then I'll see how I can handle 2020. Sometimes you have to wait for some updates. So you just, you just fall back for a month or something, and then hope they get their shit together. Sync to receive. I don't know what all this stuff means. It's like 1,000 fucking things running, dude. And then even Steam has like way too many like web helper. Why do I need that? I don't fucking need that. I just want just Steam to be running, not like 1,000 store link web pages. I don't even have. I just have the app in the toolbar or tool tray. That's part of our problems as gamers, I bet. I bet one of the issues that we're going through is all the mess of stuff that runs in the background. Especially with Windows, but I'm sure there might be, stuff like that happening on other things too. Like maybe Mac has a bunch of stuff too, at least modern Mac. But I think Mac's problems is, just getting any games to be supported for them. Poor bastards. It's getting better over there. It's obviously a lot better than it used to be way back when. Alright, hold on. I think we're ready. Alright, I can share up now. Yay. Bop on over here. Okay. Now, where's my capture window? Ah, there we go. Looks like I put it here for a little bit. Try to balance out the colors. Probably doesn't matter, but whatever. Okay, alright, so here we go again. Jonesy's many fails at leaderboards and overclocking as it pertains to 3D Mark. Take part 6.57. Alright, so now I need to look at the picture I took because I gotta see what clock settings did I end up trying. You know, the other thing I've noticed now that I've been trying to do like overclocking, day in and day out for about a week or so, a little more than a week, I've noticed that like, dude, an overclock you can get yesterday sometimes doesn't work today. It's insane. Again, is that it? Maybe that's Windows' fault, or also could be the hardware's dying. I don't know. But it's pretty crazy as you like try it out. You then kind of, learn to appreciate the top dogs. You know what I mean? All right, now. I know I have a picture of my settings somewhere. Is this it? Oh, there we go. So I think yesterday, off stream, because I didn't stream yesterday, 261 for the memory and 261 for the GPU was fairly stable, no problems. So we'll leave it as it is right now. Just need to make the fans really noisy. So I'm going to do that. And then unlink that because I want it to, like, I don't care. Like everything's super high. I don't care. Use whatever you need. Little GPU. Alright. And then we can attempt to open 3D Mark. Alright, so I guess 3D Mark thinks it's got my hardware pegged pretty good. Yep, 980, 4 gigabytes of RAM, VRAM. Got the HD graphics thing there. Yep. CPU i7 7700K. Got 32 gigabytes of system RAM, and then our poor little storage here, which I need to check on. It is at 30 gigabytes free. I think this copy of Windows has like a page file that I may need to turn off, because I noticed that this gets filled up and then, you know, a couple restarts or a couple days later, now we're back to 30, and then it'll fill up again and then back to 30. So I think I might just have some old settings, like maybe this was a previous, I don't know, Windows 7 that got upgraded to 10 for free or some crap like many a moons ago. And so sometimes the page file thing gives you like odd behavior on SSDs. But I mean, that's what it's supposed to do, is just kind of store things there. Now, I'm going to actually start at the bottom and work my way back up, so that we can get some new looking benchmarks here. So, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if this 7700K can, you know, do anything amazing with this, but we'll put it through it. We'll put it through it. That's okay. We'll do it anyway. Oh, you know what else I wanted to try? But it's going to introduce like an extra set of parameters to keep an eye out for. I actually wanted to try to manually bring back up the RAM to 3600 and CL16 while keeping that AI overclock on the CPU, hopefully. I feel like that's my one complaint with the AI stuff for the Asus motherboards. I don't know if it's every implementation of their AI overclock, but most of the ones I've experienced sometimes end up downclocking your RAM just to give you that little bit more on the CPU. Whereas I feel like other brand BIOSes doesn't bring my RAM back down, you know. So hopefully when I go into the BIOS at some point today, hopefully that means I can manually tell it lock at 3600 CL16, but still give me the CPU overclock that you already gave me at 4.8. Oh man, it's always something. Oh man, but I was exhausted yesterday. There was a couple times when I was like, you know what, I'll just start up a stream. Maybe, you know, maybe I won't have much to say, but I could like stream some of the testing I was doing yesterday. But I was like, nah man, I'm so brain dead. And I was at the same time trying to organize some of my my channels playlists they need to go to, depending on the hardware and all that kind of stuff. And I was like, you know what, my luck today, there'll be you know, some people with some really good questions, and then I'll just be stupefied and brain dead and won't be able to answer anything. So I had to skip yesterday for real. Yo, hello. Who we got there? Adil Blue Bud. What is up? Thanks for dropping by. Appreciate it. Hope you're having a good one. Yeah, once you get to the like start getting into the single threaded stuff, man, this CPU, it's chugging, it's trying. But I think most CPUs, you know, further down you get, the more brutal it is. Okay, so now we're finally at the one thread, single thread. Yeah, and it's chugging. What the heck? I wonder if my audio does that. Sometimes my audio kind of scams me a little bit. I wonder if that means I need to increase the bit rate that's dedicated to audio. Guess I could turn, the only thing I can think of is I'll just turn the music down ever so slightly. So hopefully it doesn't do that too much. Alright, so there we go. Got a CPU profile now in my list of benchmarks. That way if I ever need to compare things, hopefully I can go back and look at this. See what kind of temperatures we hit. Where is it? Where is it? Did you not get temperatures? 3D Mark. What the heck? CPU temperatures going here. We were hitting even 80s, 82. We had a spike there, 83. Oh yeah, 83. We were hitting some 83s, man. Easy, easy. I'd be even a little bit scared to look at the at the like highest temps and or hotspot stuff. Like individual core temperatures and stuff. Like we might have had one core like really fucking pegged to the max. Who knows? Alright, let's see if Night Raid will run on the 980 here. The only thing I do actually wonder, since we're already here, I took a picture just in case, because sometimes I feel like they get buried anyway. What if you change the rendering device on this? Does it cause a crash? Now we're plugged in. Sometimes you can do this. You can have like other GPUs render things even if they're not the one hooked up to your monitor. But I've noticed in 3D Mark sometimes things just flat out crash. Also, another thing that has me a little tired and my brain not working quite as well today, I think, is due to switched up like when I had my carby style meal. Usually I save that for the evening so I relax more. But by doing it now, I think my body thinks it's bedtime. I don't know. Bum 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 ba da 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 bum bum ba da bum bum. You know what? I'm starting to think maybe I shouldn't have the DVR feature on YouTube where you can like rewind. Because I think I do. I think that's the setting I have set, right? And I think it's confusing some people. And so I think some people are like chatting back in time. Like they're like at the beginning of the stream or something. Okay, let me see. What happens if I turn that off? Like, you agree, Jaskal? Because the reason I say that is because I've absolutely done that myself. I've been a chatter for someone else. And like I wasn't really chatting so much that I noticed because they didn't answer my question. It wasn't that. It was that I noticed like things didn't seem to line up in chat with what was happening on the stream, and I'm like, what is going on? Like the chat is like talking about a monster, and I don't know, the game is like they're all in a field of flowers or some shit. I don't fucking. So now I need to know, where do you even go to turn that on or off? All I know is I turned it on a long time ago and just left it that way. Okay, it's not this. Oh, here it is. I found it. It's in this. Okay. So auto stop, that should be okay. Of the stream? Yeah, okay, yeah. So maybe I should, I think I should. Because I usually leave them up and running anyway. So it's like if people wanted to... Oh, we just had a frame drop. Uh-oh. We had a bunch of them. This could be bad. I'm gonna do enable... I'm gonna turn off DVR. Gskill, or anybody lurking on YouTube. I'm about to turn enable DVR off. If we die, if the stream dies or something funky happens, I'll just restart, right? But worst case, maybe you just gotta refresh your page. I don't know. Let's turn that off. Okay. Now I'm gonna refresh the page, make sure it stayed off. Alright, cool. So that will help. So I'm glad you're here to bounce that idea off with Gskill, because that might help some of the people that come in and they just say hi and they think I don't answer. They're like, God, that guy's rude. He doesn't even reply. Oh man, I wonder if anybody's like ever stuck around long enough to realize I did say hi, but it was like an hour later or something. That'd be hilarious. Alright, so from now on, the other thing I need to do is I want to set it. If I could figure out how to set those things like in the future to not do that. I gotta figure that out so that it doesn't. Let me see, edit settings. Public gaming, streaming latency normal. Alright, whatever. There's probably something I'll have to do like for the defaults so I don't forget next time. Alright, yay! That should clear up a few things here or there from now on. Alright, now back to checking out these tests. So we switched the render device while it was doing the CPU test. We switched it out to being the from the 980 to the Intel integrated GPU, and we kind of lost some points. Well, in some things we increased points. Well, actually only on one, so that might have been margin of error. But all of them except one, we dropped points. Let's see, did it also make our CPU run hotter? Dude, the 3D Mark, you need to slow down the slideshow of your temperatures. Or give me some kind of easy to find toggle to like make it not transition away from when I'm fucking trying to look at the temperatures. 3D Mark, what the heck? It all looks about the same. I don't think it added too much heat. There might be a core, like one of the cores closest to wherever the iGpu is. Maybe that was getting heated up a little bit more. So maybe that affected like some of the tests. Like the test that we went down on was the I mean the only test we did better on was to, oh no, actually nope, we went down on all of them. My bad. Okay. The only one that was kind of like margin of error was one thread. All the others were pretty much enough. Alright, whatever. Moving on, let's do Night Raid. because we're mostly trying to test these GPUs out the most. Unless we do, wait, can you do this? I don't fucking think we care about that, do we? Let's do this. Oy, pardon me. Stupid yawn. I think I'm gonna have to go get like a cola or something to get me some more caffeine. Yo, Enigmatic, what's up? Over on Twitch. Thanks for dropping by. I'm good, homie. Appreciate it. All right, there we go. Bye. All right, we got an excellent score. Not the number one score, unfortunately, but an excellent score nonetheless. So that's cool. What does that equal? What is this telling me? We use. Okay, well that's good. I'm glad you went away with it, so I don't have to fucking worry about it. What we got here? Night Raid. 980 GTX search. Oh, you can do up to ×2 on Night Raid. Okay. That's gonna be nuts. Not a lot of people would even think to do that on this test, I'm pretty sure. So we're gonna have to like isolate. I don't even think we made it into the 1 GPU leaderboard, but let's just check, because there wasn't a bunch of people there. Yeah, they're all 40,000 scores, dude. That's crazy. What are they combining? Yeah, it looks like most of them have better CPUs, so that could be the main reason why they're getting better scores. So the only chance we have is with some cheese. Okay, we don't need that many 7s. Okay, so let's see if we can make it into, yay, we made it into the leaderboards if we isolate for the CPU. Alright, so to get to the top of this one, we got to get up to 38 anyway if we were trying to get to the top of this list. Interesting. 38 thou as a score. Alright, so we might be able to come back to Night Raid and fight with these guys. I don't know. Alright, let's go back. Night Raid, let's go to Wildlife. One of these was crashing on me a lot. Wait, hold on. Never mind, hold on. Night Raid, does Night Raid run on iGPUs? Oh, that's gonna be funny. Let's try this. Let's see if the HD630 can pull off something with Night Raid. Takes longer to load, so there's that. Alright, I totally forgot to tweet this out. What the heck, dude? I forgot to tweet it out. Okay. Post that. What an amateur. Am I right? I mean, I am, so I guess it is what it is. Oh gosh. Is it like gonna crash from the results loading screen? Great. Come on. 3D Mark, let's go. You could do this. Come on, I'll give you another couple minutes. Let's go. Yeah. Three. Come on, 5 more. Let's see. OTK, no. Four. Five. Six. Seven. Hey, there we go. That should do it. Let's see. What's that? Okay, cool. Well, this did not like to give us any results. None of these are working. So I guess we gotta close it. Dude, why? Why? Let's let it stop, I guess. No, it doesn't want to close. I can try to tell it to stop here, maybe. No? Yeah. Yes, try to stop it. This might be a good time to just go back into the BIOS as well, because we might want to restart anyway. You missed some epic sneezes because I muted just in time. Okay, let's go ahead and get our delete finger ready to go. Of course it does. Why? Why Windows? Of course you have updates. Maybe it was Windows Update that freaking crashed 3D Mark for us. How dumb is that? Alright, so a message of warning to anybody who sees this section of the stream now or in the future. it is almost never a good idea to change any of your CPU or RAM clock settings, or actually any settings in your BIOS during, like, in the middle of a Windows update. Like, you know what I mean? Like, just let it do its restarts, finish its update, and then go back to the BIOS. But I'm going to try to do it anyway because I'm kind of impatient. Okay. Yeah. If Windows is going to troll me during 3D Mark, then the heck with that. I'm going to try to troll it right back and end up nuking this Windows install by having completely different, like, RAM settings right now. Let's see. See, like, when it applied, like, let's go over here. When it applied this 4.8, it dropped down our 3600 RAM. So now, let's see, so they set it to 48. It makes sense because that's how it multiplies out. Odd ratio. I don't know what they're trying to say there. I'm gonna try to go back to 3600. Oh, this could be bad. Because I know they they definitely set it to do it that way for a reason. Probably makes it easier to get the higher CPU clocks if you kind of, you know, lower your RAM down. But I want both, damn it. Okay, so as far as I can remember, that is the correct timings, or at least the main ones, the 16, 19, 39. So we will now go back. And the only thing I changed, which may or may not work, is I bumped this back up to 3600 while keeping the CPU at that 48 ratio. So hopefully we still get our 4.8 gigahertz. Let's see if it sees those. Yep. So 2933 to 3600. Okay, and then I want to go back immediately into the BIOS if it will let me. So it's probably trying to train the RAM to run at that with the CPU overclock at the same time. So we may or may not have a problem here. Thankfully, I don't really feel, you know, the fans are doing their job on the RAM here, so I don't really feel any extra heat on those. But the problem is to get that 48 ratio, Asus may be adjusting other things. Because when you load XMP for your RAM, it's more than like just that surface level, like the first 3 or 4 timings and your RAM speed. A lot of times there's like a whole profile of shit that it loads. Man, And we're still dropping frames again. Great. Why? Why does it keep happening? Can't even open the widget. It told me to open a widget, but it doesn't let me. It says we're healthy, but it keeps saying it's not getting enough frames. What do you mean? I got shit moving all over the screen. That should be a ton of frames. Yeah, it's not happy with those settings. Can't get into the BIOS. You know what? How about we do it the other way? Let's try to load XMP, get that full profile for the 3600 on the RAM, and then we can try to manually set our CPU to 4.8. That might be the better thing to do. So let's go ahead and punch this button here. Hello, Pewter. Pewter. Are you listening, Pewter? Still limited by the main thread? Really? Yeah, that's super odd. What the fuck? Yeah, that's definitely over my head. I don't particularly know what that's talking about. Dude. This is all tinkerers and overclockers, right? In the PC world, we're just like constantly smashing the delete key. Alright, so I'm gonna have to hold it down. Tell her to go to sleep. Or like, you know, turn off. Preemptively as well. And I'm one of those that like I'll start smashing it before I even turn on the computer. Yeah, so it's probably saying that it had problems with the settings. Let's go to our monitor now. Yeah. Okay, so it failed. So let's go to F1. Should get us into our BIOS. And we still haven't let Windows finish the update yet, by the way. So again, not the best idea. You can, you know, have issues with Windows if you do this. Might be rare, like it's probably like better and better now where it's not as big a deal. But some of the older Windows, like from my boomer era, yeah, it can become unusual. XMP. Wait, no. First, let's take pictures of the 48 settings they had here. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, never mind. I already know it's 48, so it doesn't matter. So let's do XMP. Save change, reset. So we got manual to XMP, And the all core thing is back to auto. Yeah, that's fine. Alright. It's whatever. Alright, this monitor's kind of flaking out on me. Got too many things running at the same time, I think. Alright, so back over here. Now we're locked at the 3600. Okay. Now, if we can do CPU, we'll see what happens. Let's just try 48. Okay. And then, hopefully it doesn't mess with the XMP settings. And let's see if we can even manage to do that. Probably not. But that's my idea of an auto overclock. Like, I want an overclock, like an auto overclock that gives me both. Like, I want my XMP at their advertised, and then give me whatever the CPU can handle after that. Okay, so what does it say? Did it hold any of these settings? Dude, where'd it go? Alright, so it is holding at the moment. Now let's take our graphics CPU, CPU graphics, sorry. See if I can find it. Where is it? Max CPU graphics ratio 24. 24. So at 24, it gives us 1200. So if we did 48, that would give us 2400, which would, you know, absolutely fail, right? So if we wanted 1250, we would need 25. If we wanted 1300, 26. I mean, we could try to change that. Where is it? Where is it? Did I skip it? I think I skipped it. Where did it go? Let's tell this one to be 26. Let's try 1300. Why do I keep using the wrong keyboard, dude? Because I keep putting this one over there. 26. No, wait, that's the wrong fucking. There we go. 26. All right. 24 to 26. Go. So that gives us 4.8 on the CPU stuff, 3600 on our RAM, and then 1300 on the graphics. Well, integrated graphics, not the GPU. So, all right. So let's let us see what happens. And we didn't make any changes, so that's good. We wanted that to say that. Well, there goes our GPU. So Windows did happen to finish the update, so that is good. And again, my apologies. I'm just going back through and getting rid of, mainly getting rid of Microsoft Edge before I share the capture of my desktop here. I mean, if I really wasn't lazy, I could like get rid of Edge and just have like something like Brave browser for you know, for these test bench machines. Because you can like cut down on some of this stuff if you want. You're sick and tired of seeing this stuff just sit there, do nothing except take up a little bit of RAM and all that. Yo, Anas. So like I was saying earlier, sorry I was tinkering with some things. Welcome, thank you. You know, as always, thanks for coming by. It is the non-TI, and it does have on some tests we're having good results and some good overclocks on this card, you know, even though it's just a reference model. But you know, we're still every now and then, depending on the test, some 3D Mark tests we're like getting crashes here and there. But that, you know, like I've said over and over, that's mostly probably due to me just not having the patience to like fine tune the overclock and all that. But it's been surprising me. I didn't expect the 980 to, or you know, at least this particular 980 to do as well as it's been doing. Because I know a lot of the 980s that will be on the leaderboards, it's possible they are like the, you know, aftermarket cooled ones and things like that. Oh, you like the 980s? Yeah, 980s are pretty freaking sweet, dude. Yeah, I like them a lot. But, you know, you can see this one is just that plain. This is just the one that, you know, NVIDIA and some of the other board partners, they also released like reference models as well. And I got a fan city going on here, so you know, obviously you most likely aren't going to have this kind of a fan setup like a normal build. But anyway, it is what it is. Yeah, me too. That's like my favorite era. That was my favorite time of NVIDIA GPUs. Like as far as like, you know, the nostalgia, the performance. You know, don't get me wrong, they were still expensive, but like nothing compared to the last 2 or 3 generations. You know, where it's just went crazy. Like ever since the 2000 series, and then 3000 was pretty bad too. 4000, I feel like they tried to bring the prices back down a little, but only slightly. And then of course, you know, prices went up after the fact anyway. All right, so we pretty much got about the same score here. But 1080 Ti, man, that's my sweet card right there. I got it right here. I could show it. So this is coming up soon for testing. I actually have a couple 1080 Ti's. They're both the reference, you know. So I can also test SLI with these. But that's going to be in a couple days. I still am going through my history of GPUs, and I started obviously with the oldest ones, and now I've worked my way up to the 900 series, and then eventually we'll hit the thousands, and then I don't have any 2000 series, but I do have some 3000 series. And I don't have any 4000, but I do have some 5000. So I have an odd collection, actually. It's stronger than a... Oh, this is funny. Yeah, I love when that happens. I love when that kind of thing happens. Alright, let me see what our score was earlier. Well, actually, we can just go to the compare results, and that will tell us. Average temp on the CPU, 64. GPU average temps, the 980 average was 53. Alright, so anyway, the top score what we needed was 38107 for this specific combo. The CPU is an older CPU, it's a 7700K. So when I put it in my 5950X test bench, we should definitely get way better scores. So we'll definitely test that out in the coming weeks, but for now we got to go through these. And now earlier we had a crash when we tried the iGPU, because I like to see it's a major difference when you test that. So we're gonna be running through the iGPU test as well. But for now, let's see. 980, we did night raid. Let's do another easy one to run. So we're starting from the easiest to the hardest. 980, we'll do regular wildlife. We'll see what's up here. Uh-oh. I think we might have had a crash. it crashed. So it doesn't like my overclock. Let's see. Let's see what we had here. So the overclock of a 260-ish, 261 and a 261. Get our fan. Let's get our fan running again. Let's go back to, I guess, like a 253 maybe. I don't think I'm gonna mess with the voltage anymore. I don't think it's worth it right now. See what happens. That's crazy. The other thing was happening earlier is Windows decided to do an update during one of the tests. So let's go ahead and restart 3D Mark here. Let's wait for it. There we go. Okay, 3D Mark is back. Oh, what were we doing? Wildlife. Let's try this again. It may have just spun itself out, you know. It's just doesn't like pushing higher frames, maybe. I don't know. Alright, let me get a drink while it's crashing. Alright, so we saw we had some crashing earlier. Unfortunately, I think I might have been a little bit too eager to push the clocks up over the last couple of streams that we were testing this 980. So it's possible one of two things. Either one, you know, it's just, you know, temperamental and it wants specific things for the overclock, and you know, I'm just too inexperienced to dial it in real good. Or it could be, you know, an older card like this. It's been used quite a bit. Might need some, you know, maybe it needs some thermal paste, you know, to maybe a remount or whatever. Even though temperatures have been pretty damn good. Sometimes, you know, it can be even a minor 5 degree or 10 degree that just helps you get just a little bit better overclock on it, or even just a little bit better stability. Alright, so I'm curious. We have the fastest iGPU on Still Nomad Lite. Did my clocks screw that up? Let's try 3 FPS. You guys ready? This is not the 980. This is the HD630. In case anybody comes through on the replay of the stream or the VOD, like in the future. Right now we're gonna see, does turning the RAM back up to 3600 help the iGPU a little bit? Maybe it does. I don't know. And the thing about chasing these scores and overclocks is, you know, obviously the experts, you know, they know exactly what to do to really squeeze out and crank these things up. They know how to dial things in lots of ways, but there's other things that can affect how good you can score. You know, it may be your install of Windows or your Windows version. Definitely like GPU drivers. You know, you can change your GPU driver and sometimes get better scores on 3D Mark, and sometimes it's not the newest driver that gives you the best scores. Sometimes it's older ones. But I've even had scores marginally improve based on what display connector type I used, depending on the GPU. So look at that 3 FPS, baby. Let's go. We almost hit 4. That was kind of odd. We almost hit 4 FPS there for a moment. What the frig? We crushed our previous best of a 408 and we got a 441? No, no freaking way. That's good enough to make this definitely the fastest iGPU 630, the HD 630. Alright, what was this? Still Nomad Lite DX12. HD630. Right there. Search. So the silicon lottery is way more on our side for the CPU's integrated graphics than it is on our 980. The 980 is an awesome card. It's just obviously your mileage will vary depending on, you know, one 980 will score better or worse than another 980. What did I just click on? I clicked on the wrong one, didn't I? Yeah, there we go. Trying to hide some of these scores here. Trying to clean it up. There's so many of my trash scores and I'm just like filling up this leaderboard here. Let me refresh it. Dude, I can't believe that that's what we got. It was a 441. Double click, sorry. Um, 409. Hide this one. Okay, I think that cleared it out a little bit. Dude, we came in there raging. What did our CPU temperatures hit? GPU 60, CPU 60. Okay. That's actually not bad. Alright, so now what if we go back and change it to the 980? What do we have the settings over here? Alright. The fan on this GPU is now not holding this for some reason sometimes when I click apply. Let's see. 253. Bloop. Let's see if it does, if it makes it through this one now. 980, yes, go. Kind of hit 40. I don't see any crazy tearing yet. Sometimes it like slices up the frames, and that's when you know you're like pushing it to the edge when it does that. I think mostly it's not a big deal so far. Yeah, I think we're gonna complete it. Yay, no major hiccups and no crash. Alright, so we'll get a score. Probably won't be the best score. Yeah, we're a little ways off. We got 4751. The best was like, looks like it's around 4948. I think that's our score for this combo. In fact, actually I know it is. Now how I got that, I actually, man, I really pushed this GPU up to the edge to get that score. Let me see here. So here's all the top dogs right here. So these are people using 980s with like 13900s and stuff like that. There is one lone dog pushing a 980 with a 6600K. So that's pretty damn amazing. And then we only got to, where did we end up at? I think we were like 30 something. Not on this run, but on a previous run. So we're like well out of the top 10. We're not even up in there. Yeah, 35 is the highest we got with our 4948. Bummer. But at least we had a run that didn't crash. So I'm actually glad about that, because a couple of these other tests were like crashing on us. Alright, let's go ahead and throw up a Vulkan score for the HD630, if it will let us. Yeah, there we go. And then we'll also try the 980 with the Vulkan API as well. And then I had thought today that we could jump up to the Titan X, because that's the next card that we're going to test. It's the next one chronologically as far as, well, I mean, technically I think the Titan X, if I remember right, came out before the 980. But I don't remember exactly. I got them about the same time, like right when they were both new. So for the Jones GPU history, 980 Titan X, right around the same time frame. And I still, this is that original one of mine. And then the Titan X will be, I'll have to uninstall it from my, I have a system that I keep it in that's just for, it's mostly just for show. But, you know, we can test it out. I'll bring it down and slap it in this poor little thing. Alright, the HD630 made it. Got out of the Vulkan there. A 451, yay, we got the best score. Alright, it looks like we may have improved even further. Okay. What is that? Light Vulkan HD630. Yep, there it is. So highest score right there. Let's go ahead and get rid of these kind of extra ones here. We don't want to pollute it too much up in here. Hide that one. Refresh. Not a whole lot of us up here. It's like 5 of us that tried it out or something. It's just like whatever. Nobody really cares. I think that's funny. All right, now let's see what the 980 can do with Vulkan. The GTX 980, still Nomad Lite, Vulkan API. Let's see what it can do. A lot of people probably are just doing the default. The default setting most of the time, unless there's like glitches or something with the install of 3D Mark, usually it just sets itself to DX12, and a lot of people, that's just what they do. They just run it. They don't even really look at the settings. So there's generally fewer people testing Vulkan on 3D Mark tests. So it's kind of a cheesy little hack if you know, if you want to try to like get into the leaderboards. Sometimes you'll have a better or easier chance of doing that on by changing out from DX12 to the Vulkan API. Just because usually less people are testing that. Yeah, it's running pretty damn smooth. So the clocks I have set right now, apparently so far at least, look like they're pretty solid. Like as far as there's no tearing and things like that. There may be like maybe some of the more obscure benchmarks as we scroll through this. Those might have issues and crash from time to time, but so we got a 4600. The best is a, what is that, 4818. Somehow the average is 4600. Wait, what? Dude, was that, why that doesn't make any damn sense. Let me see what this means. Let's go to Nomad Lite. Oh, that's the wrong one. We need Nomad Lite Vulkan. And then when we go up in here to 980, we pick the, obviously the non-TI. Oh, that was us as well. 4818 was us. Interesting. But you see, there's not a lot of people testing a 980 with Vulkan API, so it's just not as popular. Alright, so I'll just get rid of this. I'll just hide this result so it doesn't get in the way of second and third place here. Alright, that's fine. That's cool. We, like I said, I was pushing this thing, but I'm kind of getting nervous of pushing it too far anymore because, I don't want to, like, just completely melt it. I do want to end up using it after this kind of test and review. Yo, Harry, what's up? Dude, thanks for coming by. Appreciate it. Good old GTX 980. Yep, the 980s. We've had a couple of others come through saying that same thing. This is a much beloved generation and a much beloved specific GPU as well. So Time Spy Extreme. throw the, let's make sure. So we're on the 980. Okay, cool. So hopefully we don't have any crashing. I did turn the overclock down quite a bit because I was really trying to chase some higher scores on TimeSpy Extreme, but it is very whew, you know, I don't know, I fear for this GPU. I was really like cranking it up with Precision X1 and it would just like crash a bunch. It would crash all over the place. So hopefully I turned down the overclocks enough that we can get a complete test and get a score at the end. Probably not going to be like a top 100 score because I'm getting a little scaredy. Yeah, for real, man. 980s. Yeah, I like the 900 series and I like the 1000 series generation. Those are probably my two favorites on the generations of NVIDIA GPUs. Oh yeah, nice, dude. Did you end up selling it or trading it? Or do you still have it? These are all mine that I had like from over the years. And so with this this streaming, this multi-day streaming event, I just decided I was going to go ahead and pull them, you know, out of like, sometimes they're in other people's systems and I just borrow them for a couple days because they were mine in the past and maybe I let them have a PC set up. There, I think we had a crash. Yo, appreciate this sub there, Harry. Appreciate it, man. Thanks a lot. Nice. So with TimeSpy, we've only got it up to, I mean, it's not the highest we've tried. Like our memory clock is 253 and our GPU clock is 253. There were times when I was pushing the millivolts up. I even got up to like 90 over here to try to oh, buddy. Hey buddy, did you find my soda? Yeah, you did. Haha. Bye. And sometimes that was helping me with my stability by adjusting that up. But you know, I may have did it with this, so it may be sensitive now to the TimeSpy Extreme runs. So you know what? Let's do something. Let's meme it up. Let's do a little something memeified. What about the iGpu? The Intel HD630 integrated graphics, TimeSpy Extreme. Will it even run it? And if it does, can it break 1 FPS? Let's find out. I've had this crash a lot too. A lot of times it doesn't like it that it's not connected to your monitor, the integrated graphics as well. It still haunts you. Why? Oh man. You've had some battles with the HD630 in your time? Alright, so Time Spy Extreme is not happy with us today. Let's try regular Time Spy. Let's make sure we go back to the, now we're going to try the 980 again. Let's see if we can get a run at all. I don't really want to like try to like set my overclock for every freaking test, because that's what I've also learned in this update of me trying to overclock GPUs a little bit, is I've realized that I can have a overclock dialed in beautifully on one test, and then if I switch to another, even though it's all 3D Mark, if I switch to another test, sometimes it's just like Crash City, and then I gotta readjust. So I don't know, I might have to like pick some lower clocks in general, because it would be nice to find like a happy medium where I have an overclock that gets, you know, decent scores, but then can complete all the tests, not just certain tests. You know what I mean? And everything at low with 40p. Play some games. Oh, yeah. Been there, dude. I understand. Yeah, that's part of this journey of different GPU of my history. This is like the Jones history of GPUs. So, you know, you may or may not have seen these before in your time, but this is what we started with like about 7 or 8 days ago on this multi-day stream event that I'm doing. This is a ATI card. This is a X1300. It only has S-Video and DVI, which is pretty amazing that it has DVI, to be honest. But and then the GPU die is that little baby thing right there. That tiny little square in the middle of all that green PCB, that is the core. And it has 128 megabytes of RAM. But Windows 10 Pro ran on this when we tested it. It was the benchmarks and the games that didn't want to run, obviously. So, and then we've just, you know, progressed from that. Even though I've had PCs older than that, some of the older ones are like deeper in storage, like attic and stuff like that, and I just didn't want to fight going up there and getting all sweaty. And then also I don't think they would have ran, some of those older PCs slash GPUs may not run Windows 10, which was kind of what I wanted to start with for this series. Was at least Windows 10 is what I wanted to do. So that's the GPU we started with on this crazy googly-eyed looking monster that we have on the desk. And then after that we moved up to a 560 and then a 7870, and then we went to the 680, and then from the 680 we went to the Titan, the old G Titan, and then now here we are at the 980. Alright, so we were able to complete a test. Alright, so it looks like that harder Time Spy Extreme test, which may be hitting the, you know, it may be two things happening at once. It might be hitting the 4 gigabyte VRAM a little harder than normal, so maybe we could turn down our memory clocks and leave the GPU clock up higher, and maybe then we would be able to finish. let's try that out. Let me see. Let's get back over here to extreme. Where is it? Here we go. So instead of 253, let's just drop it down to, you know, something meager, like 90 or something. Where's my keyboard? Oh, here it is. I might even probably should turn it all the way down, but whatever. And then the GPU clock, just to play it safe, we'll drop that down too. Alright. And then I'm not going to utilize any kind of voltage adjustment this time at all. And then let's see if the stupid fan will stay on. We might have even like kind of like damaged the video driver, because we've had so many crashes with some failed tests. So that may be messing around with precision. $5870. Laptop on my first PC. Oh really? Oh damn, that's cool. So you mixed an external GPU, or was it like or was it the 5870 laptop version? Cause that's cool too. I used to dabble with the laptops a little bit as well. I had a lot of fun with those. I actually have a bunch of old laptops that, you know, shit. Like I have XP laptops, I have Windows XP laptops, I have Windows Vista laptops. I mean, old, and some of them quite shitty because of, you know, this or that, whatever, right? And then like maybe one or two Windows 7 laptops, but most of them are like ancient XP and Vista. 5870 laptop. Oh shit, that's good, man. Oh, fun times. Hell yeah. I know one time I broke a like one of the few Windows 7 laptops that I had. I broke the screen somehow. I don't remember exactly. I promise it wasn't a rage gaming session. It was just, you know, one of those things that happen. And so I turned it into a Linux desktop for my daughter for her schoolwork. And I set it up on one of those laptop fan cooling stands. And it had the external things, and I hooked up an external keyboard to it and all that kind of stuff, and it was like, dude, it worked great as a desktop like that. I left the back off of it so the fans from the laptop cooler were just blowing right on the internals, and it performed amazing like that. Absolutely phenomenally. Alright, let's see if our temperatures are down enough. Yep, okay, so now we're starting at low temperature, so we can hopefully we can get into this with the 980 this time. Hopefully we don't crash there. And yeah, it was pretty good that way. So like I've always liked laptops because it's like, I know it's, you know, it's generally weaker, but I like the versatility. And then with that one, I really learned to like laptops because it made me appreciate the fact that even a laptop with a broken, ruined screen, that the literal screen was completely broken off of it, right? Like I had to unbolt like what screws were still attached, and I had to remove the little ribbon cable for the screen. Even under those circumstances, it was still usable because you just hook up an external monitor and you're good to go. Yeah, it was cool. Alright, let's see. So this time we did most of our dialing back on the memory. And we left a modest GPU core clock, overclock. You know, just a little bit of a overclock there. like 240, whatever it was. But we dropped our memory clocks way back down to 90 or something like that. Well, our boost to our memory overclock. And it still might crash, but at least I noticed way less screen tearing. So that's usually a good sign in these benchmarks. Like, even if you complete a test, sometimes if you have like massive instability problems like that, that's definitely hurting the score. So sometimes you can dial it back a little bit and you can get a better score than if you were like just pegged to the limit and it's like on the verge of crashing like all the time. Now this test, graphics test number 2, this is the one that's a real piece of work right here. We've definitely hit some crashes here a lot. Like, even when the first one looks like it's running fine, we've had this one crash us. And then, like, another thing with laptops that I learned from tinkering with that one was that, you know, I mean, obviously we all kind of know this, that they run hotter, you know, because they obviously don't have as much space and volume of air that they can utilize to keep cool and all that. The components are closer together, etc., etc. We kind of all understand that, but what I learned is, like, if you're not afraid of modifying or like setting it up in a way, like if you want to, like if you have an old leftover laptop, you can set it up in such a way that it doesn't overheat anymore, right? And then you get the full performance of those specs. I'm dropping frames. My apologies. Yo, Hamad, what's up? Nice to see you again. Thanks for dropping back by. Hope you're having a good one so far. All right, let me bear with me. We may be having a bit of an internet issue at the moment. So hang tight. If hopefully you can still hear some of the things I'm saying. If it may depend on the platform. I think YouTube is okay mostly, but we may be having problems on Twitch and a couple other places. Let me see here. Alright, I think we're back. Alright, so it looks like YouTube was holding good, but Twitch and Twitch and X were kind of iffy. So, my apologies to all of you. Alright, so now that I took care of that, what is going on, Ahmad? How is everything today? Oh, really? And where'd you get all that from, buddy? Oh, you had to get that from the stove? Yeah. Because mommy's using the other stuff? So she let you have that? Oh, that's good. That's good. So you asked mommy first, right? Okay. Good job. Yeah. Okay. Good job. All right, so we got a, we got a serviceable score, you know. Obviously it's not the best score, but we, we came in a little bit above what the middle scores are pumping out. So, we can take that as a win, and it didn't crash. That's even more important. Let me see. That was what? TimeSpy Extreme. And let's look up our 980. And our cameras haven't froze, so that is also good. That is also very, very, very good. Alright, 980, 980. Let's go, let's go. Whoa, that took a moment. Yeah, internet is getting hammered with my stream. Pushing too much bit rate right now. What the heck? Oh, we gotta get away from the multi GPUs. There's Kingpin. What's up, Vince? Vince is still at the top with 4 980s. Good job, good job. RIP EVGA. Okay, no, be careful, be careful. It's right here, okay? Thank you. This? Yes? You're supposed to say please. Good job. Good job. Okay, now you can see these people are really getting some crazy scores. Like you see, our score was only 2000s-ish. Even with apparently with one 980, I mean, they are pairing it with in some cases much better CPUs. But they're like pushing some crazy scores. Obviously they probably are at the very top hitting some liquid nitrogen. So let's go ahead and isolate for our CPU. And let's see if that helps us break into the to the list here. No, even with 7700Ks, people are hitting some good scores, man. That is crazy. Oh, I'm on Fire Strike. Look at me. Let's go back to TimeSpy. That's where we were supposed to be at. Okay. So now with TimeSpy Extreme, so even these are doing, pretty good scores. We could still catch them. They're like 2500, 2400. It's not bad. So Jonesy Dude at 8th place at the moment. That was the highest, not from this score. This score is a little bit lower than our best score. Our best score was a 2346. That was earlier. But again, that's when you isolate for the CPU. And then right now we got a 12. If you take away that isolation and you just go for irregardless of CPU, this is where the top dogs are at. So hold on. Go ahead and check them out. So top dog scores 2800. That's gonna push us. Wow, we might even be kicked out of the top 100 here. Yeah, pretty close. Let's see. Yeah, we got pushed out of the top 100. See what happens when you pick a better CPU GPU combo, it gives you a much better chance of pumping out some frames. So these things do cooperate with each other. But don't worry, Jones is okay with the cheese. You know, I don't mind cheesing my way into some leaderboards, and I got no problem with looking at the isolated test results of CPU locked in. Yeah, right there. I don't mind that at all. I'll take 8th place if we're like locked in like that. That's totally fine with me. All right, so. And then we already did Time Spy. We saw how that worked. So let's go ahead and try Firestrike Ultra. And see. And like I said earlier, sometimes, you know, your clocks for Time Spy, for example, you can have those dialed in. And then when you switch over to Firestrike and you're trying to score there, sometimes you got to go up or down with your clocks to get the best out of your GPU for this different test. So it is a lot of work. It makes me appreciate the people that, you know, like your Kingpins and your Derbauers. Makes me appreciate them more. The way that they just, man, I wonder if they just work at it like all day, but like non-stop, not much talking, just like crunching. I don't know. I don't see. I know. Yes. F's in the chat, boys. F's in the chat for EVGA. RIP. Dude, I have a few EVGA things. I wouldn't say I have a lot. But like my gaming case is an EVGA case. So it's one of those DG87s. And then I have I think I have like 3 EVGA GPUs. Then I have at least 2 or 3 power supplies. Definitely my favorite PC parts manufacturer of all time. Though, you know, I kind of like some of the other brands too. I'm never one to be super isolated to a brand on purpose. Like sometimes it works out that way for a few years because I get, you know, maybe I got good sales or something like that. Because usually I chase price, right? Price and availability, and then every now and then I might say, you know what, screw it. I want this specific card because it looks cool or something. Or supposedly it overclocks good or whatever. Yeah, that's one of my favorite cases of all time. Right now I have the side window off. It's hard to show off with this camera, but the other camera is kind of mounted above the desk, so I can't really use that one. But it's really cool because it has that symmetrical look to it. Like I love that. And the way they do that obviously is because they have this door for the back IO area, you know, and by putting that door there, you know, no matter how you put it on your desk, it, you know, it has everything kind of equal looking, which is just cool. And then all this mirror stuff, you know, it's like, hello internet, hello. I really like it a lot. And I remember on one of my YouTube series, I built the previous, or actually no, it's not even the previous, but I built a gaming rig in this that I took, and I took the internals of it and I gave it to my daughter for her PC build. I made her another build out of the parts that was in it. But someone was trying to comment that I should like, you know, drill holes to offset something, and I was like, dude, this is my baby. This is my EVGA case. I'm not drilling shit on this case. Like, that's not happening. I'm not gonna do that. Alright, so 3546, I actually don't know what that equates to. Let's look it up. Let's see if those are serviceable numbers, that score or not. Because if they are, you know, as long as they're serviceable, it's fine. We can move on. But I'm pretty sure the top dogs are hitting like, what, 10,000 or something crazy. Dude, the double clicks are like eating me up right now. Alright, so again, there's Kingpin. I can't wait to find out if he decides to go with another company. It would be so cool if Kingpin jumps to either AMD stuff or Intel stuff. You know what I mean? Just to see some more of his, like, you know, his unique ideas and the way he pushes his teams to like give a lot of things. I actually also have an X570 dark board from EVGA, and I like a lot of the things that he came up with. All right, let's see. So we can't hang with multi, so we dropped it down to 1, and they're hitting 5,000 and 6,000. That's crazy, dude. That's fucking crazy. 4,050 is the lowest on the top 100. That's nuts, man. I need some more obscure rare GPUs that nobody tests so I can start getting back into these leaderboards a little bit better. Alright, but anyway, as I said, part of the cheese is, you know, you can isolate out your GPU or your CPU, and then, you know, gives you a little bit of an easier time to maybe get into the top 100. But with like these more popular GPUs, I have had not much luck at all. Let me see. What was their score? 3546. So we made it in there, but at what place? Again, while only looking at 980s with a 7700K. Oh, there we are. So 55th place right now. I don't think I scored any better than that. I might have. I don't freaking know. I just run tests so many times sometimes and it's drowned out. And then later I have to go back and like like clean up the charts because I have so much. Yeah, I'm in there. Let's go. We in, boys. We in. Okay, cool. So almost done testing this 980 with, you know, decent scores. Let's go back. So now let's go to the next one down is the... What did we do just now? We did Ultra, right? Yeah, that was Ultra. So now we'll go down to Extreme, which is, you know, next tier down here. And run. Again, it certainly looks like it handles Firestrike because it being DirectX 11 instead of 12 for Time Spy. It certainly looks like it handles it much better. So on Firestrike, we could probably push this 980 a little further on the overclocks if we wanted, but I don't know. I might just call it when we get through all these tests. I don't know if I'll go back to any of them, maybe, because we still need to move on to the next GPU in my collection. So the next one in the order will be a Titan X. And I've already spent like a couple days on the 980 because I suck at overclocking. So I kept crashing on the first runs. Like that first day, we were crashing almost all the time. I was just doing the overclocks wrong or something. Oh, that's a weird crash right there. That is a weird one. It gave us like a maroon color right at the end there. So, and sometimes I've also noticed that when I drop down from, like for example, we did Firestrike Ultra, which is tougher than Extreme. I've noticed when I drop down, sometimes the fact that it has to push more frames, because the easier the test is, the higher your FPS is going to be, right? And sometimes your instability isn't on harder tests, your instability will be on higher FPS. So like you got to take that into account. Like you might have it dialed in on the Ultra one because it's only pushing whatever 10 FPS or whatever the heck we were pushing, I don't friggin' know. But then when you start getting up to 20 or 30 FPS with a lower test, that's when you start to find your instability issues. I think it's still trying to run the test technically. F's in the chat for my 980, boys. The 980, it lived a good life. What did this 980 play most? I'm trying to remember. I feel like, you know, I've always played a ton of Borderlands games, a ton of Fallout games back in this era. So, a lot of Fallout. But, alright, Ari. Thanks for coming by. Appreciate it. I hope you have a good rest of the evening. Have some chill time. And get some good rest. And yeah, I should be streaming tomorrow. I might be able to start a little earlier tomorrow. So hopefully we'll see you if you have a chance to drop by. If not, have a great one, dude. I'm gonna let this card, like, I'm gonna try to let it complete the test. Even if it's not rendering the image, because I'm very curious what the statistics and stuff will show us. Like, was there like some kind of crazy temperature spike? Did our memory clocks or our GPU clock like go all over the place? Like it'll be interesting if I can get into the results. But this one's these are usually pretty serious crashes. This is usually your GPU driver like just crapping itself. Yeah, definitely F. But anyway. No, I'll come over in a little bit. I'm just gonna try to see if this finishes. Okay, so I just heard the fans cut back. So let's see if the PC restarts. No, are you? No fucking way. This thing is still trying to get through. You're kidding me. No fucking way. This thing recovered itself. Dude, it's too bad. If you've already moved on, Harry, I'm sorry, but dude, you missed it. This is insane. I can't believe this thing came back and said, I'm not finished yet. Don't count me out. I'm gonna fucking finish this test. Dude, this is the Rocky Balboa of GPUs right now. Just when you think he's like done, he's on the ropes. He like feels the crowd is behind him and he like comes back, you know. He starts thinking about Adrian. Oh, we did it. He keeps thinking about that and he's like, yo, I'm coming back. Good gravy. So sometimes if you experience this, if anybody is watching now or later at a later date, if you're going through that kind of thing, whether it be through games, yo, Born, what's up? Going to stay slow, built this GPU. yeah, this is the Rocky Balboa storyline right here, you know. But sometimes what that means is sometimes it's hardware, and that's sad. That's really bad when that happens. But sometimes it's actually your GPU driver, and you can just do like a clean install. Because if you ever like fight with overclocks and or, you know, doing a ton of benchmarking like what I've been doing in the last few days, you can easily corrupt or kill your display driver. And if you do that, it's, you know, from time to time it's going to mess up. You know, it's going to have problems. And you know, when that happens, you know, it's sad, but maybe even people have like thrown away their whole computer over something that might just be their drivers, which is crazy. What the heck? We still got a score, but let's see what it says here. It's got a little red here. Says invalid score, could not be validated, time measuring inaccurate. Yeah, it's because it took too long. Alright, that's fine. Let's take a picture of this because I want to immortalize this, and then we'll look at, I want to see what the data says in the charts here. Dude, all this, like, what the frig? Alright, so temperatures, whoa, on test 2, so on test 1 we crashed, right? And it's like we were kind of, let me see if this will stay put. We were kind of jamming. You know, you can see it ramp up, the blue line for the GPU. We hit like 50 and then it just crashed. So that to me looks like the driver just shitting itself. Alright. And then it kept trying and then it crapped itself again. And then it kept trying and then it like somehow made it to the test 2. And then you can see it like pick back up. And it just, you know, it took off or whatever. Let me see. Let me check the clocks. Or the memory. I mean, clocks stayed the same. So you see, that's the other thing you can kind of look at. Yep, there you go. See the load? So GPU load dropped. So that could be driver or it could be 3D Mark. Maybe I need to verify the integrity of the game on Steam. Maybe 3D Mark was damaged with one of our crashes or whatever. 54. Wow, what a beast. What a beast, man. Alright, well, let's just move on. Fuck it. Keep going. Keep going. Let's do plain old lowercase Fire Strike here. And let's run it up. So Yeah, again, thanks for coming back by, Born. Hope you've been having a good one. I'm going to step away for just a moment and have me a little bit of grub, a little bit of food while this benchmark is running, but I will be back to start the next test or restart this one because, you know, this one might crash too. But anyway, I'll be right back. Oh yeah, thanks very much, Born. I appreciate it. I hope you do as well. So if you're moving on and you're gonna get some rest, or if you got some other things to do, some gaming to get done, some other streams you got to catch up on, we'll catch you on the next one if I don't see you in the next 5 to 10 minutes when I get back. But either way, thanks so much for coming by, dude. Appreciate it, bro. Alright, cool. So we got a score out of lowercase fire strike, so not bad, not bad. So now I guess I'll just keep going. I'll take a screenshot of that so I can keep track of the scores, and then we'll see. We'll see if we have any more crashes. Yo, dude. I am doing something with the PC, homie. What's going on, Pixelated? Welcome. Thanks for coming by. Aw, we didn't make it. Let's cheese our way in there. Let's find the cheese. Oh, with cheese, we're able to be number 4. Maximum cheese has been activated. So isolated for the CPU, and you can, sometimes you can break into some kind of leaderboard. Might not be the top dogs, but you're in there. Alright, so we did complete pretty much all of these. We did find a happy medium. So what we started out with is we started really pushing our clocks, both the memory overclock and the GPU clock, to like whatever the limit was that we could get through a single benchmark test. And I think at the time we were split between, sometimes we were doing still Nomad and sometimes we were like testing for TimeSpy Extreme. But what we discovered is that you can get TimeSpy Extreme dialed in with a clock that doesn't crash and gives decent scores, but then still Nomad or some other tests might start crashing. So it's another thing entirely to find an overclock that allows you to have, I guess, basically general stability. So for me, what I would define general stability for your GPU or your system would be that you can go through the majority of these 3D Mark bench tests or any other kind of bench test suite. But I like 3D Mark because they give you a nice variety of different ones to use. If you can make it through a majority of these without crashing and get decent scores in most of them, then your overclock is a stable one, and then of course you can always do some burn-in stuff. You can do stress tests and things like that. But for me, like with stress tests, you're only stress testing like one single test, so it has its use case. But as far as like the best generalized overclock that you can get for your system, where you do, you do different games, you do different things with it, and you'll go on your browser or you'll watch YouTube or you'll listen to music or whatever. There's a lot of different things you might do with your PC, and if you just crank up your clocks to get really good scores in something like Still Nomad Lite, which obviously is a lighter test than something like TimeSpy Extreme or like full-on Still Nomad, you might find your system is not as stable all around. But if you take into account, you kind of like, okay, I get some good scores here, maybe I'm at the edge there, but now I'm crashing here, let me dial it back a little, and then you can find a happy medium. Which, this 980 is not, it's not too bad. It surprised me in some places. We did like get on the leaderboards for some things. Some things we totally had to cheese it and isolate out what CPU you were using. But for an older system, like both the CPU only being a 7700K, and obviously the GPU is a 980, but it's not just a 980, it's the Founders Edition / Reference 980, which means it's not one that has like the, triple fan setup or double fan or whatever, right? That might have much better cooling for some of those hotspot places on the PCB. Probably those also have better cooling for your memory and things like that. And would definitely be a lot quieter than what this one is, as we got it cranked up for the fans to keep it cool. I will say it does run cool. Cooler than like modern stuff. Obviously it's using way less power. Let's see. I guess we can also do a little bit of game testing. So I did this a little bit with the 680, the GTX 680. Surprised me and hopefully some others that were witness to it, or if anybody goes back and watches the VOD. The 680 actually played Doom Eternal, and at a playable frame rate, no problem. So I was quite happy about that. Let's close this. Now we're going to attempt to leave these as they are, but now switch it up. I wonder if I should go back to auto on the fans. You know what? We will. And then we'll just, we'll try to keep an eye on temps. Like when we get out, we'll just immediately look here. And if it gets too crazy, then we will, we'll either turn down our clocks a little bit or we'll pump up the fans again. So we'll leave this just straight up running so we can keep an eye. And where's my, what should we try? Now the 980, the big problem with the 980, which was also a problem with like the 680, but it has more of an excuse because it's much older. I feel like the 980 doesn't really have an excuse that it only had 4 gigabytes of RAM. I think that was a calculated thing that NVIDIA did for the monies, as many things they do. But either way, and then when we're done today, I don't know if we'll continue after the game testing of the 980. If we did, irregardless, it will either be the continuation today's stream or it will be tomorrow's stream. The next GPU that we're testing in Jonesy's history is the Titan X, and I have one that I have added a liquid cooling to it that we can slap into this thing and maybe even put it on the icebox cooler that we made the other day for the OG Titan testing we did 3 or 4 days ago. Alright, let's see. Just pull up. That is not what I want. There we go. Okay, let's pull this down. Could try Cyberpunk like right out the gate. This is going to be iffy. Though if we're only running at 1080, we might be able to do something. Some of these games just do not even give you a chance to try. If they see 4 gigabyte VRAM, they're just like, nope, don't even try. But let's see. Let's see what Cyberpunk kind of mess it causes us. Okay, of course, everything has a freaking launcher nowadays. Of course. Why the hell not? Bum, 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 bum. Windows with your game bar. I don't want it. Go away. Thank you. Another thing that may add some variance to performance and test. This is Windows 10. So a Windows 11 or a Windows 7 build will obviously have, depending on the use case, it could have slight differences or it could have pretty big difference. This just happened to be the Windows on my little SSD here that I had spare. No big deal. Well, it's attempting to go in there. Nice. What the frig is my mouse? Oh, okay. I think we're in there now. What the heck? So it's like completely blown out the resolution here. I can't remember which one is options. Which one is settings? This one? There we go. Oh god, how am I gonna see these? They're all off the screen here. No? Okay, one more over should be video, right? No? No? Wait, what is this? No, that's not it. One left. Go left, go left. Alright, let me see. Maybe I could use my mouse and keyboard. What the hell just bleeped at me? Oh crap. Darn it. What was it? This one? I just loaded. Well, I mean, I guess it's good to just test the apartment here. Yo, over on Kick, Abius, or Abby, whichever it is. Thanks for coming by, appreciate it. Oh man. Let's see. This one? No. Not that one. Is it this one? We have to see if we can actually find the settings. There, now we're back. Okay, okay, okay. Now we're close. We're close. I just want the resolution setting. Dude, are you serious? What's this here? Control scheme? No. That's audio. Dude, I'm never gonna get to the I just want the resolution. Ah, here we go, finally. We finally made it. Alright, let's change it to maybe full screen. We'll make it fit properly. So where is the apply at? Is it S? Is it 2? Is it 1? No? Ah, 1, 2, 3 gets you there. You could also do windowed. No. Settings, confirm. No, still didn't do it. Well, oh, the heck with it. That's fine. Da, da, da. Maybe the launcher gives you options. Kind of felt like it didn't from my past attempts. So let's see. Nope. Just enable mods. So this is a rant for me. What is the freaking point of having a freaking launcher? You know, especially a company like CD Projekt Red that, you know, is supposed to be the gamer friendly, you know, the friend of the gamer consumer company, and then you put on a launcher that's like worse than even AAA companies, like Tomb Raider and Bethesda game launchers that show up in the beginning. At least let you like adjust the settings. Like, where is that here? Like, where's the easy place in here? Like, I would have assumed it was here, but this just is for mods. Let's see. Though it may cost me a little bit of performance, I'm just gonna like set the desktop resolution back up, and then we should definitely have it fit, no problem. I was just hoping that that would help us ever so gently with our GPU running things. Let's apply. Yep, and then now of course it makes it harder for me to see on the capture. Great. My eyes are already bad enough. What the heck? What the heck, man? So now we should be able to try to run it. Alright. Now, where's my capture? Oh, wait, come back. There it goes. Alright, so not what I wanted. I wanted to have all the resources go to the game and not Windows desktop in the background, but that's fine. It's actually not that big a deal. Alright, let's go over to graphics. It set everything to low, right? But what if we go with medium, if I can get it to stay? Let's go medium settings. Let's turn that off, but everything else should be kind of on medium to, looks like medium to high, that's fine. Then we can apply. And let's see what the poor 980 can do. Any unsafe? Yeah, that's fine. Pretty good. 30 FPS. And you could tweak it even more probably. But 30, that's playable. I mean, it's not, you know, don't get me wrong. We would all want at least 60. That's what we would all want. But it's definitely playable. We were even getting up into the 40s once we got away from all the people and the moody lighting that was on the inside. Yo, what happened? Like, where is homie here? Come up in here asking me, or he didn't even ask me. Pixelated. What happened, dude? Let's see. So yeah, totally playable. And it looks fine on like a smaller screen. Like maybe it's not the best looking if you have a larger screen, but if you got a really nice monitor and screen, you probably would have a better GPU than the 980. So this is for us that, you know, we might have some monitors left over that we're still using and things like that. This is not bad. 980 is surprising. Surprising dealy. Nice. Alright, let's see if the 680 was able to run Doom Eternal. It should run Doom Eternal as well. And then I already know Doom Dark Ages, it bitches at you if you don't have 8 gigabytes, I believe, of VRAM. So we may not be able to. That's probably going to be a losing test. So we were in the 60s with just auto fans. Maybe that means that we hit 70 during the test. Let's see. And then again, of course, now it's hard for me to fucking see this shit on the capture here. Dirt Rally. No, I don't want to mess with that. Maybe we could check. Let's just see if the Monster Hunter Wilds benchmark will start. This is another one that, you know, if it doesn't like your hardware, it will just tell you no. And then obviously, even if it thinks your hardware is okay, it might crash. Let's see. Did it start? Where is it? Where's the window? Oh, here it is. Alright, so it's going to try to draw up these shaders. We could be here a while, fam. We could absolutely be here for a while. The only thing I'll say about games that do this is, you know, as long as there's no major changes or, you know, like the driver updates, things like that, or major game updates, usually you only have to do this like the first time. And then, well, it will still draw them, but it's like they're much faster in your subsequent boot ups of the game. So. Yeah, it's gonna take this 980 a while. Let me see what the card feels like. Feels pretty warm. But tons of fans on this thing. Yo, seriously? Pixelated, my guy, you don't even like respond to the response? Like, I answered your question like literally a minute, maybe at the most, after you asked somebody else. Anas, what is up? Welcome back. I have 6600 XT with a Ryzen 5 5600X. Oh, that's a sweet build, man. Nice. How you liking it? Yeah, there's several times where I wanted to 1080p, nice. There's several times I wanted to jump back to AMD. I've had some cards back in the day, but it's been a while since I've had a current AMD GPU. I'd say around the 6000 series, I almost grabbed one of those. But like the timing of my upgrades like never lined up with more of their recent releases, like from 6000 and also the 7000, and then now even with the 9000, like my upgrade timings, like I always like kind of lined up with the NVIDIA release dates a lot easier for me to make my big purchases. But I might try on the next run something from the 9000 series, depending on what they release. If they have any kind of like 24 or 32 gigabyte stuff that they're gonna drop later this year or something. And then every now and then, like I still target 1080p a lot of times. Like it all depends. But like especially with streaming, you know, I don't mind playing at 1080p. To me, it all depends on like maybe the monitor and stuff like that, or or like if I'm on a TV, then I might target 1440. But a lot of times I have fun at 1080p and trying to get a little bit higher frame rate from certain games. And especially if I'm going to stream the game, like the capture in my stream going out, it's only going to be at 1080p anyway. So a lot of times I'll try to like match the game to that same amount. Yeah, I was super close to grabbing the 9070 XT. I was in the process of checking out like 2 or 3 times during the first day release, and then on multiple, you know, restocks that they've had over the you know, the past months or whatever. There's been times where I've seriously considered it as well. But with my streaming setup, I'm just so used to like using, like for example with NVIDIA, I have a lot of my settings tied into the encoders that NVIDIA has on their GPUs. And I kind of felt like it kind of slowed me down because I felt like there's a little bit of a learning curve. I'd have to kind of learn to, like I already have enough problems with my stream. Like I'm always having problems. Like something is not working right or whatever, and I'll go through days where it looks like really horrible, and then I'll finally kind of get it looking kind of okay. And right now it's kind of working okay. And you know, I know if I like switched brands, then I would have to kind of figure out what I'm doing, what's the right encoder to use. So it might take me a learning bit, switching things. But I like AMD stuff. I want to support them more. Like my CPUs are mostly AMD right now. Like my gaming rig, my streaming rig, those are AMD. This just happens to be like a PCI 3.0 test bench I have. This one happens to be Intel. But my main test bench, which I'll probably start using in a week or two, that one is also an AMD CPU. So I've been having, you know, at least on the CPU side, I've been using a ton of AMD stuff. But the last AMD / Radeon GPU I used was an HD630. And that was a pretty sweet card. I like that one a lot too. So this is how long the 7700K and the 980 take to do the beginning shader compiling on your first launch of the Monster Hunter Wilds benchmark or whatever. Or whatever I picked, you know. I might have picked the game. But either way, this is how long it takes. It's quite a bit. And then also the SSD is coming into play as well. It's not an NVMe drive. It's a little it's one of these 2.5s. See it's buried under the Molex to fan cables right there. So, but you know, this is a good little build. Like, you know, if this was the only build I had, I mean, dude, I would make it work. Totally fine. And then I would just slowly start working my way into figuring out what to upgrade first. I think with this, if this was the setup I was with, a 980 and the 7700K, I'd probably just look at a GPU upgrade first, and then do a lot of research to find out what motherboard and CPU combo I'd use to upgrade with. But with the right GPU, this could still probably game pretty well. And right now, hopefully we'll be able to see if it doesn't crash after all this compiling. We'll see if the 980 can do something. Like, it already looked like it was usable for Cyberpunk, so not a problem. Totally play it. And then what else? I'm pretty sure Doom and Doom Eternal will run fine on this. Actually, will probably run excellently on this. So those are some good options. Probably not Dark Ages. That one's going to tell you don't have enough VRAM probably. But I'll try to start it anyway just so we can see it. Complain. Dude, only an hour left to go, right? Fuck. Oh my goodness. Oh man. Dude, just you know, shout out everybody. Appreciate the subs, appreciate the follows. Appreciate everybody that hung out, people, you know, watching, chatting, just chilling. Everything and in between. Ryzen is good with 3080, or I need the 7600X. No, I think your 5600X is pretty dang good. I mean, don't get me wrong, it will help. It always helps to step up on either side of things, you know. But like I was saying about this build, especially for gaming, I will always recommend targeting a GPU upgrade first, unless, you know, you have something that's very like outdated, you know what I mean? But the you know, obviously the difficulty with starting says enable frame generation. No. So I'm not going to enable frame generation because I want to know, you know, how slow the 980 might be. But anyway, unless you have something that's very, very old, targeting your GPU first will give you the best improvement most of the time, right? Where it gets maybe a little like iffy sometimes is, you know, maybe there's certain games that just, you know, do not like 2 generations ago CPUs, right? There are games like that, so definitely keep in mind the specific games that you are targeting that you're going to play the most, and look those up with your CPU and a combination, because you can kind of look that. They have calculators where you can kind of look it up to kind of guesstimate what will happen if I throw a 5600X with the 3080 on, you know, let's say Call of Duty, yada yada yada, whichever one you're trying to target, right? And that kind of gives you a ballpark where you can see, you know, is that going to be worth it, whatever deal you happen to find on the 3080, right? But another thing that's kind of like a difficulty that you can run into is like planning ahead, right? Because if you're in the PC building game, you know that eventually you're going to upgrade, right? And so a lot of times the strategy of trying to figure out how to, you know, kind of like leapfrog, you know, and update certain things as you go, maximizing as much of your current parts as possible, so you can like put as much of your budget into, whether it be GPU or whatever, right? You almost always want to put most of it on that GPU. So then, are you getting a lower tier GPU now that if you waited a little bit, you could get a even better GPU if you waited just a little bit? Like, that's where it's kind of confusing, and I always have trouble with that, even with my own stuff. because it's like, there's a saying, if you wait forever, then you never get anything, right? But also the reverse of that can be true as well. Like if you like just jump on something now, sometimes you jump too quick. So it's like finding that happy medium. That is one of the hardest things for me to do. But in your case, if you could upgrade GPU first, I would probably go with that. 5600X is still capable with the right GPU, obviously, you know. Let's see what it's like locked us at here. You know, using large amount of memory. True. So we only have 4 gigabytes of RAM. We're running at 1080. It's fine. For some reason it does this. It puts it to FSR when you have older NVIDIA that doesn't have DLSS. Instead of like turning it off, it just uses that. But I mean, okay, I don't mind. I'll leave that and we'll see what happens. So I guess we can kind of see with, you know, the stuff that it has already set. We can see if it runs at all. Ow. Oh, I just banged my knee on my desk. What is it? So we're in the 30s FPS, and there's like some weird smearing. So I don't know. On the one hand, FPS in the 30s is technically playable. I've definitely done a bunch of gaming in that range. But if there's a bunch of other things going on, you know, that's where it like gets iffy, whether or not you can like stomach to play like that. So I'm gonna try to blow up the capture window a little bit. So I mean, it's not super bad. I mean, you can kind of see some of it on the stream, but most of it is getting hidden by the actual stream. Then let's see, is our frame rate going crazy? Is that why we're having those intermittent things? Some of this like crapping out of the capture card could be like a disagreement with the frame rate on this GPU. So I don't know, it's not looking great to me, especially if the cutting out, if that's not the capture card, if that's the actual GPU having trouble. It actually could be it hitting the VRAM limit of 4 gigabytes. Like an easy test that we could probably try to do is like turn it down to 720 rendering, and then if it doesn't do that, then that meant that we were running out of VRAM. Of course, even easier if I turned on one of the like, let's say like NVIDIA apps overlay, so we can see how much VRAM we're using. Yeah, it crashed. Not looking good, man. Older GPU and only 4 gigabytes of VRAM, not looking good. What? It's still trying. It's still trying to go. I can't believe it. It's still trying. Yeah, this is the Rocky Balboa GPU, guys. It doesn't give up. Well, if we can just make it through this test, so I can easily get to the menu without trying to interrupt the task, because I'm afraid it would make it crash even harder if I do. Like if I try to escape out of it now. But if we can get to the end, I can try to like turn down the resolution. Maybe also a couple test or settings here or there we can turn down that I don't like anyway. Like I never play with motion blur. That's garbage. Like almost 99.9% of the time I don't want any motion blur, and I disagree with anybody that it looks good. Also depth of field, DOF. I always turn that off as well. Except for very, very artsy style cutscene presentations, or like if I'm trying to do like modded Skyrim and I want to take screenshots or whatever. To me, depth of field always looks dumb on a game. Like for me, depth of field feels like if I were to walk around in real life looking through a camera the entire time. Right? Like that's not how we walk around. We look with our own eyes, right? And our own eyes, even on a monitor, are going to like add, you know, the focus and blur because of, you know, if we focus on the middle of the screen, the outside of the screen is naturally going to have a bit of a blurring with our own vision. And the same with like motion blur. I don't need the game to add it to my screen. Like my eyes are able to look at motion and, you know, perceive that it's like very fast, and it looks blurry to me because it went so fast already. My eyes can already do that. So no blur for me, no depth of field for me. And maybe we can save enough VRAM that this thing won't cut in and out like it did. So let's go back. Let's see if that is something we can actually change. I'm glad that this at least lets us try it, because you know this is quite the modern game we're on right now, and to be able to test an old GPU like this, it's pretty good. So let's go ahead and drop this down to 720. Play the game. Yes. Alright. So you saw that. Well, you can see that. No. You can see the VRAM. We were definitely hitting the limit. So that's all well and good. But either way, irregardless of all that, the one thing, if it's on, that we're gonna get rid of is that blur stuff. Whoops, I double clicked. That was not what I intended to do. There we go. Motion blur. You see this junk? You see this garbage? Off. I hate it. Depth of field is already off. Very good. There may be other settings that some people recommend getting rid of. So I'm definitely all ears, or eyes, as it were. But those are my two things that I just always turn off: blur and depth of field. Sometimes I'll leave it for benchmarks because, you know, it does make the GPU work a little harder. Alright, so this is going to be cool. If we don't experience those cutouts this time, which is what I'm hoping. If we do, then maybe it's the overclocks. Let's make sure everything's still the way we had it. Okay. Then we know that it was most likely due to the VRAM. But if it still like cuts in and out, then it may be related to, because I'm still running that overclock that we were using for 3D Mark benchmarks. So let's see, it's loading. There we go. So it still has that weird stuff that's smearing. That may not be fixable for this old GPU. Oh, it's still cutting out. Okay. Alright. Well, we did. That's pretty much all you can do. I'm not sure what else you could like do to make it better, except for reinstall the GPU driver in case we destroyed it with all our crashes on 3D Mark. Alright, so I will risk escaping it. But I want to wait till it does that stupid thing again. Where it like cuts out. I don't want to accidentally press escape right when it's doing that. So right when the guy jumps is one of the places it cut out before. Right here, when the anime main character jumps onto the secret, it kind of cuts out. See if it's any better this time. Whoa, it actually survived that. No way. So it's kind of cutting out less. Interesting. Interesting. So maybe it is just the VRAM stuff. Oh, it also could be FSR. Even though that could totally tank our frame rate. Sometimes FSR does not play nice with these older GPUs. And we're not using the frame generation part, I don't believe, for FSR. I think we're just using the upscaling. Yeah, so it's not pushing the signal. Come on. I know it's probably still rendering it though, so I'm gonna give it a second. Yeah, see, it was still trying to render it. Cause there we go. This GPU though, I'm amazed by that. When all other GPUs would have just fucking gave up completely and just like crapped themselves and locked up, this thing's actually still trying. So you gotta give credit where credit's due. The other thing I might do is like plug directly into HDMI instead of using these. I was trying to use a DVI adapter, because I've noticed sometimes that allows me to go lower resolution settings than what the HDMI cable does. that could also help it out. So again, back to my dumb rant about motion blur and things of that nature. I think it's kind of okay in certain situations where, as long as it's used because it's like they are admitting that we use motion blur to cover up like bad performance, or to like cover up the tricks we're using to make it perform better. I think that's kind of okay. Like, that's like a trade-off. It's kind of like, okay, then if you can get more FPS by using motion blur in that way. But too many games actually make motion blur an actual graphical setting that is supposed to mimic, like, that the eye can't see fast motion, or a camera smears when something goes fast past it or something. I don't need that simulated in a game. My eyes already blur when I look at fast things. And the same with like depth of field. If it was used to help performance by covering up like the distance of things that are far away, that are like if you want to render those in lower resolution to help performance, and then use depth of field to kind of cover that, to make it not so apparent that the resolution is lower on the far away things, and then that way you get better performance while tricking the viewer a little bit, making it look better, then that's kind of okay. But again, they don't use it that way most of the time anymore. It's a full-on supposed graphical setting that to me makes everything look worse. That's just me. I'm a grumpy old boomer who gets angry about depth of field and motion blur all the time. It's barking at the same thing. Anything else we can turn down? We could turn off HDR just in case. It shouldn't be on anyway, I don't think, but just in case. Sometimes that takes a little bit more performance to run things. What else we got here? Let's turn off FSR. Disable that. Cool. Sometimes that is a load of bull. Anything like too high here that we could turn off? I don't think we even need that, like variable rate shading. Like on this crap fest that it's rendering at already, that's probably not going to be even noticeable. And yet, that's where it darkens the corners? Okay, I guess that doesn't matter, that's fine. Let's see, did it stay? Did our settings stay? Uh-oh. What did Windows just do? I think Windows tried to like pop up something. Probably another freaking Windows update. Oh my god, I hate that. We literally had a 3D Mark crash because of that earlier today. Okay, I think nope. What is it that keeps doing that? Let me see. Tab. It's the only thing I have open is this, really. We're running at 72 degrees. Okay. Let's turn it up loud. Just so we can at least cool it down a little bit more. I could probably like turn these down as well. Yeah, let's put these back. Let's put these back to default. How about that? Usually this is not a good idea inside of a game to be adjusting your clocks. But hopefully because we're turning them down, we'll be okay. No crazy crashes, hopefully. Looks like it turned off the power limits that I had already turned up. Which usually if you don't overclock it doesn't really help much, but sometimes it does, so I just turn it up and give it some more breathing room. Alright, cool. Alright, one more time. Then I think we're probably getting close to the end of the 980 testing. Like I know games were not this hard to run, and Monster Hunter Wilds is an unoptimized mess anyway. And I know games were not necessarily this hard to run back when it was new. But now I see how spoiled I am currently. Uh-oh, my son's mad. So it's definitely doing better without FSR as far as cutting out. I think we had like 2 or 3 counting that one. So I don't know. The only last resort thing I can even see, we've adjusted our clocks back to stock. There's only 2 other things that might even have a good effect on this, and that's 1, reinstalling your GPU driver, or 2, changing out your display port. But look at that, without FSR, even with like things like really turned down, almost, not quite, but almost to their lowest, it runs at like 15 FPS, let's call it. That's basically, I know it says average 17, but to me that's basically 15 FPS. So you get double that with FSR, upscaling or whatever. But look at this, in that area it looks horrible, and it drops down to like 8, 6, 7, 9 FPS. Dang, man. Food looks so good. Like even in the low settings, they made the food still look good. Gotta give them credit. Alright, so like I said, last resort would be reinstall the drivers. And because you know, just to repeat myself, and it's very important to know this, like when you mess around with overclocks, crashing can cause your driver to do that. Like see where, you know, when the game was finishing its closing, it's really hammering the GPU driver. So you can like, you can destroy not only your card, your hardware, but sometimes it's not necessarily your card that you destroyed, it's the driver. So never throw a GPU away if it's acting weird. First try to, you know, use DDU, uninstall all the old drivers, right? And then try, you know, obviously like a new HDMI cable, all those kind of things too. Try all those solutions first, because the problem might not be the actual hardware. Yeah, it's still cutting out. Yeah, that's a GPU driver, probably borked beyond repair. Alright. Well, I think that's going to be it because we've already tested it pretty much as we can. Let's put our fan back to audio so it's auto so it's not so loud. Let's see. Let me just double check that we're not running out of disk space. Yeah, we're fine. 66 gigabytes here, 27 here. That's fine. It's fine. No big deal. Also, let me check the resolution and hertz settings, maybe. What does that say? 60? 60 at 1080p. Okay, that's fine. Whoa, easy. We can open up the NVIDIA app. Has an update as well. Get the heck out of here, dude. But generally you're best off like completely uninstalling your driver and just doing it fresh. What does this say? I can barely read all that stuff, but let's get rid of all that. And then drivers. Let's kind of refresh. And then we can tell it to reinstall. Sorry, I was catching up on some old messages, but yes, you would want to do that. Then you do custom. Then you tell it to do a clean. Then you double check all your stuff, like me. And then hopefully it doesn't just die in the middle of an update. Hi, buds. Whoa, you did that? Did you do all that? You want me to be done with this? Yes? You want me to be done with the stream? Yes? Okay. You say bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye. Yes, bye. Say bye. Goodbye. All right, let me just do this right here. Do you see this one? You saw that? Yeah. I'm gonna finish that and then I'll be done. Okay. Okay. What is that? What are those? One's for me? Thank you. This? This? What about it? You want to wear it? Let me see. Let me put it on you, okay? Come on. Murma, look. He knows. Murma. Look. He told me this. I give it to him, and he brings it over here. Because he already told me DN for my stream. Oh, what was that? Oh, Swiss. Thank you for those bits. Heck yeah. Cuteness overload. Yes, he is. Oh, you gonna take this? What is that? Say paper towel. He gave me these. Traded. He said he gave me these, and he said give me this. So I gave this to him, and he was like telling me that's it. You're done. So as soon as I'm done with the update, my son wants me to hang out with him for a little bit, so I'm gonna call it there. But just preemptively, before we get to the end, I just want to say thanks to everybody who came out. Whether you chatted or you just, you know, chilled out and kicked back and just left the stream kind of running in the background, you are appreciated. I appreciate views, interactions, chats, lurking. All of that is appreciated. See if we have any problems. Looks like it was okay. Again, if you're having any kind of like graphics problems where you reinstall your driver, this is just a soft fix. This is not the ultimate fix that you should be trying. What you should be trying is getting a software. See if I can show it. Kind of have my resolution kind of like on 1080, so it's a little bit smaller. But you would want to get a software called DDU, and you know, just get it from a legit place, a legit download place, and then you download it. It's usually in the form of like a little self-extraction thing, and then once it extracts itself, it like ends up in a folder, and then this is kind of the layout inside that, and then you get this. All right, and you're always better off, it will warn you, but you're always better off doing it in safe mode, right? So here you can see that there's updates available, so it's always going to look for those. Yes, it's recommended, go ahead and get those updates, though it will not be the end of the world for most of us, right? So I'm going to say no, and then this is where it warns you older versions than the most recent, right? So they want you to get the new version. And then it's also going to say that you're not in safe mode, right? Out of all the warnings, this is the most important one to heed, right? So, but this is what it looks like. So what you would want to do is you go and you hold down Shift, and you go to your Windows Start button. While you're holding Shift, you click on Power, and just hold Shift while you do this part. So hold Shift down, and then click Restart. and then it's going to bring up this menu immediately. So it technically hasn't restarted yet. It's just bringing up a kind of a recovery style menu, and inside of this you can get to the options to have it restart in safe mode. So you go over here to troubleshoot, right? And then you want to do advanced options, right? And then inside of all this, it's right here, startup settings, not repair, even though depending on what you're going through, that might be helpful as well. But for safe mode and DDU, we just want to go to startup settings. And this is where after you click this, now it's going to restart your computer. But instead of it coming back up to your normal Windows, it's going to be a safe mode version, right? It's going to ask you, right? So I'll show you that in a moment. But you just go ahead and you click restart, you know, and you give it a chance to go through its wiggles. And you know, you'll see your BIOS and all that because it's doing a normal restart, right? And again, instead of it being immediately after your BIOS ready for you to log into Windows, before you can log into Windows, it's going to ask you now, because we did that, which form of safe mode startup option do you want, right? So the most typical one you'll use, unless you have a specific reason, which if you're Googling a guide, they might tell you to do a different one. But the most typical one is going to be your enable safe mode, just right there, number 4, which means you won't have internet. But if you want a safe mode that allows your internet to also still function, then you would choose with networking. Most of the time I just do it without networking, but every now and then I'll go ahead and do it with networking. Even though it's safer to do it without, I'll do it with networking, so I can go ahead while I'm in safe mode. I'll just go ahead and also download the newest drivers that I'm going to reinstall. And I'll also, you know, like if there's any other things that need updating or whatever, I'll download all those things. And I'll show you the kind of the way I think about it, the process or whatever. But, oh, wait a minute. Let's see. Let's go number 4. Well, 5, excuse me. But for most cases, I would recommend you do without networking, right? And then once you're in safe mode, this part I won't share because it's like, this is the part where, well, actually, I hit the off button instead. But when after you choose your safe mode option, it's going to ask you to log in, and depending on your Windows version, sometimes if you have, like, I don't know if some of you use like the PIN code to log in faster, sometimes that won't be available. I forget why. They explain it on the website for DDU. But if that happens, you just use your regular password, whatever you set up for your Windows login, right? And there's supposedly some kind of workaround that you can use to get around that. But for me, on this Windows 10 version, I haven't had a problem with that. Like it's always been fine for me. So it might just be Windows 11. But either way, once you choose your safe mode version, you know, you're good to go. It just gives you a normal login screen. So again, I'll show you again. And if you just let it sit there, it will shut down on you. So it's not like you can like sit there forever, right? So anyway, you want to go into that same menu by holding Shift and restart. You do troubleshoot, advanced options, startup settings. Then it's got this little message about you can enable safe mode. That's what we're looking for. Then you click restart, and it goes through a normal restart. So you see your normal BIOS, and then here's where you're going to want to do the, we'll do it without networking. We'll just do the safest one. That way we can, you know, mimic what I recommend most. So you would want to already have like your latest drivers downloaded, whether it be AMD or NVIDIA, either one. And then once you log in, which I did off capture, now you'll be in your what looks like your normal desktop, except for it, you know, it might be lower resolution, and then of course it's going to say safe mode in all the corners and all that kind of stuff, right? And if you did what I did without networking, you won't have internet. You'll have less things that start up in your tool tray, though some things will start up, like sometimes your antivirus stuff will still start. And then you just, you know, go to wherever you have, like, see, I already have like a driver downloaded, but you just go to wherever you have your DDU downloaded and hopefully already kind of extracted. That's where I'm navigating right now too. And then you open up DDU in safe mode, right? And then right here, you can see I'll do a demonstration first. The one I'm going to do is if you were trying to uninstall audio drivers, right? So sometimes you might want to get rid of your Realtek drivers, like if you change motherboards, or if they're broken for whatever reason. So you can uninstall those and reinstall them. Or if like Windows installed like a funky version compared to what you know that your Realtek drivers should be, you would use this right here. And you would do, I don't clean and restart it first because I make sure I uninstall everything I want to install first, right? Because sometimes I'll be uninstalling multiple things. So I'm going to demonstrate with Sound Blaster because that one's safe for me to, you know, demonstrate with because I don't have those anyway. So you pick the thing you're trying to uninstall and you click clean and do not restart. And then it's going to say uninstall complete whenever it's done. Would you like to exit? If you're done, then that's fine, you can exit. But for me, I'm not done, so I'm going to say no. Now I'll demonstrate with AMD, right? That's another safe one for me to do. I don't necessarily need to mess with the NVIDIA drivers right now because I want to test if the NVIDIA apps clean install worked for me, right? But I just want to give you guys kind of an idea of how this works if you've never seen this. So let's say it's AMD that you're trying to install. It doesn't matter which one. You go GPU, you pick the drivers you're trying to install. In this case, we're doing AMD. What I like to do is I like to do clean and do not restart first, because I like to have a chance if I want to scroll through the log at the end of this to see if, you know, if they had any problems, right? So it's going to ask me, do I want to exit? I'm going to say no. And this way I have a chance to like look at it, right? To see like, oh, okay, did that work, right? Did it clean up the registry, blah, 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 whatever, right? And then if everything's good, then I'll choose that same, whatever my driver is, and we'll get rid of the virus thing, whatever that driver is. And I choose clean and shut down. So when you do that, it's going to shut your computer down as if you're installing a new GPU, right? You see? And then when you turn your computer back on, it will start back into regular login mode to your Windows. And then from there, just make sure you're unplugged from the Ethernet and you're not on Wi-Fi, because you want to try to slow Windows down from like installing the drivers for you. Once you're back on your desktop in regular mode, then you can install your drivers, whether it be AMD, Intel, NVIDIA, doesn't matter, right? From that point on, you install them directly yourself. And then the last piece of advice is once you install them, even if it doesn't ask you to, just go ahead and restart your computer. right? Once you've completed the fresh install, restart your computer, and you can, obviously plug back in your Ethernet cable and all that. And for the most part, that helps a ton of people with graphics problems. Like I've even had graphics cards that I thought were just completely borked, and I was very close to RMAing them, and by doing this method, they were working fine again. There was no problem. So, and I've noticed the more I play around with overclocking, especially when I overclock GPUs and then they crash, because that happens a lot. We're crashing a lot when we're doing the 3D Mark benchmarks. While it's overclocked and you're using Precision X or Afterburner or whatever, a lot of times it destroys the GPU driver, especially NVIDIA for some reason. And I've been able to, get back in and have it smooth again just by fixing that part. So anyway, that's going to be it. I think my son's limit for patience of waiting has reached its end. And so this will be the end of the stream. For one last thing is, I certainly appreciate everybody being here. Just one more housekeeping thing. I have had a lot of the streams that I've done so far, I have had during the stream on YouTube, I have had a feature on where you could rewind, and so you can watch past parts during the stream. I've decided I'm probably going to turn that off most of the time going forward, because what I've noticed is people who join the stream and chat sometimes think I'm not responding because they've accidentally started an earlier part of the stream. I could be an hour into the stream, but because I turned on the feature that you can rewind, when they join, they could be 30 minutes back in time watching me and wondering why I don't say hello back, right? So if that happened to you, my apologies. I've said hi to almost every single person who's jumped into the chat and tried to chat, but sometimes because of that feature, we've missed each other, right? Our timing was not on point, right? So going forward, the DVR feature will be off, but most of my streams will be available afterwards. And so, once the stream's over with, then you can rewind and move around to your heart's content. But just to, hopefully not make anybody think that I'm avoiding or ignoring their chat, we're going to make sure that's off from this point forward. But so thank you everybody who came out. Thanks for all the follows, all the subs. No matter what platform you came over and said hello on. Thanks for all the lurkers, especially over on YouTube. You guys are awesome. Appreciate you taking your time to come over here and watch or have me in the background, or whatever it may be. I hope you will consider either subscribing or at least bookmarking the channel over on YouTube. That way, you can come and join anytime you like, because I will continue. Probably tomorrow we'll be back with another stream. Tomorrow we get to try a different GPU. So we will be breaking out the GTX Titan X. Okay. This is the one that has 12 gigabytes of RAM. I have added a hybrid liquid cooler on it from EVGA. So we can test it. Now this is my baby. I may not want to push the overclocks on it too much. Now we're starting to get into the GPUs that I probably not going to want to go crazy with the overclocks, right? More modest overclocking. So bear with me on that. But that's what we can look forward to tomorrow. Tomorrow I might even take that liquid cooler and dunk it in an ice box that we created out of a cardboard box. I can even show it a little bit. Let me go ahead and get rid of this so I can show you. So this is the janky ice box cooler we made. There's where you put the radiator, the 120mm radiator for some of these older liquid cooled GPUs that I put coolers on them. And then there's two 140mm fans, and then that allows me to load up the inside with ice, and then the airflow goes through that ice and it helps keep the temperatures much lower for these liquid cool cards. Not as, you know, obviously definitely not as much as, you know, something like liquid nitrogen. That's crazy. Definitely not even as much as someone like what Jace 2 Cents did, where he really dunked the radiator itself in some ice water and like had a pump like flowing the liquid around on it. But it still drops the temperatures a lot. So, all right, I think that's it. Again, thank you to everybody. Hope you have a good morning, afternoon, or night, whatever it is for you. And definitely look forward to doing more streams, and hopefully we can see you in the next one. Lord willing, God willing, it will be tomorrow. So thank you all. God bless. And I hope everyone has a great one. Ciao for now.